All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the live stream. After a short weekend break, we are back to coding a video game, I think. So let me show you what we are standing on. Last time we were working on movable platforms, right? So the way of making an element like this follow a defined path and allow the player to stand on it without falling down. So I've changed a few things since the last implementation. Because you may remember we ended up settling on a solution that allowed us to define the time that it should take for this platform to move from start to end. But then I thought about this some more, and I figured out that it's actually more useful to me to be able to like change the target as we please, instead of just having it, you know, go in a specific direction for a specific time of specific amount of time, and then come back and whatever, right? Because one of the main uses for this thing are things like elevators, where the player is gonna like activate this lift that goes up and down, and I'm assuming they will also be able to like stop it. So the question is, what's gonna happen if we stop it in the middle of this transition, right? If the platform goes, you know, from 0 to 1, this is how it looks like normally. But then if I change it in the middle of the transition, you can see that right now it sort of slows down and changes direction in the middle of the transition, right? So this is something that I added, and then again I can, you know, enter this platform and make it go, and the player stays on it. So in terms of the system that does this, it's actually a bit simpler than what we previously had. Again, I'm defining the constant acceleration that I want to have and maximum velocity, and the rest is, you know, calculated as we go. It actually doesn't solve the like, you know, equation. How would you say that? It doesn't integrate the function that describes the motion, but instead we just calculate it using physics. You know, it's like a numerical solution. So we just simulate the velocity, right? Multiply it by the time and make it affect the position. Okay, so that's like the main change that happened. And now a thing that I want to take care of today, and that's like the last thing that I have planned for the playtesting, would be some sort of a pressure plate or a button that we can press by standing on it. This will be a bit challenging because we need to figure out a good way of like storing relations between objects in Blender, because we probably want to say like, oh, this platform, this button should enable something, right? And that thing is gonna be like a different object. So we need to somehow store that in Blender. I have an idea for how to do that. So ideally there's gonna be not many issues with that. Okay, so let me just amend our platform code, or maybe let's not amend it, let's just commit it as is. So before we move on to defining this in Blender, and here's the general idea, right? We're gonna add some sort of a component here. Presumably we're gonna be starting with a pressure plate, so I guess we can just maybe use an empty. That's a cube. Could we do that? No, because cube just has the same size everywhere, right? Although we could use the scale of the cube to like dictate its dimensions, and maybe that would be the best way to go about that, right? Because then I can just do this and be like, oh, this is my area of effect that I'm interested in. Yeah, but what's important is that then we're gonna go to the to custom properties here, and I think this is like a new feature in Blender 4. We can actually choose a data block as the type of the property, and this allows us to like pick any other object from the scene, right? And this will be serialized in the GLTF file using the name of that other object. So that would be the plan as to how to store the relations between them. Okay, but before we move on to that, I need to do some adjustments to the Blender processor. Namely, right now we have this parser setup, which after reading GLTF nodes from our file, it like runs a parser per each node. And I feel like it's a bit unnecessary now because we do have, you know, full-blown systems being run. So it would be a better idea to just represent this using systems as well, so that we don't have all of this additional, all of these additional things here. And then as we add the mapping from like names of the nodes to actual entities in our ECS scene, we're gonna be able to pass it using a resource on the world, right? Because right now we would need to find a way to like, where are the parsers? We need to find a way to allow the parser to resolve the name of the node to its actual entity. But it's not really possible here because parsers are being invoked as the node is created. So ideally, we're gonna create the nodes first and then dispatch the parsers. And at that point, you know, instead of having them as parsers, we can just have a new schedule being run. So I'm gonna start by doing exactly that. Yeah, and parsers are actually already a resource. I forgot about that. Yeah, so we're just not gonna have any of this anymore. We will need a custom schedule though. And I'm thinking about the name for it. To call it, for now, I'm gonna call it parse nodes, and then I'm gonna change this one to parse relations, because that's what this schedule is for. It's being run after after all of the relations are set up, and we can like actually query for them. Oops. Okay, and then in the resources, we're gonna need some sort of a map resource. So actually, let me copy this really fast. So it wouldn't be parsers, it would be name to entity map. And that's just going to be a hash map. probably of like string to an entity. Okay, and now we're gonna initialize this resource. And we no longer have like add extra parsers function, I suppose. Although we will need another function. Hi, hello everybody who's joining the live stream. Okay, so this name should probably reflect the schedules, right? So add relations parser. Oop. Like this, and then another function is gonna be add node parser. Maybe this should be just relation parser, singular. Okay, and this is not necessary. No, maybe, maybe you could just use one function and make it take the schedule as the first parameter. Just like this. Hold on, let me actually take a look at how app does it. Yeah, so that's just implement schedule label. Can we just pass it here? Yeah, okay. So just take the schedule from the registered schedules and we add that there. Pretty straightforward. And that would be it in this file. Okay, and now we shouldn't need all of this resource scope happening here. We will create a new name entity map, I guess. It's gonna be string to entity. Okay, and now here we'll also insert. Actually, we're gonna do it here if the name actually exists. Right, we're gonna use name. And value is gonna be entity, entity ID. Like this. And now we're not running any parsers here, and instead we're gonna go here and run them before relations. So parse nodes. Okay, will this actually compile? No, it will not. How did you do the procedural geometry have like themed colors in the Unity version? I don't understand the question, I'm sorry. themed colors, like looking like the floor and stuff. I was using the sprite mesh component, I think. I don't remember the name of it, but it handles like mesh generation, and lets you like define a profile with like different textures for different angles. So yeah, okay, it's an unresolved import somewhere. Somewhere, but where exactly? Here, okay. Okay, so now instead of parser, we're gonna wanna expose parse nodes and parse relations schedules, because we're gonna be using them manually. Okay, how about now? Okay, so now the Blender package compiled, but we need to fix all of the, you know, extras parsers, stuff like that. So this is gonna be add parser system. It's gonna be parse nodes. Okay, and how would that look like? Oh, we also need access to the entity map, not the entity map, to the extras map. So hold on just a second. I'm gonna have to define yet another component here. I mean, that's actually the first component being defined here, but so there's gonna be GLTF extras, right? And this will contain this thing. Like that. Now as we parse our nodes, hold on, let me actually see the changes here. Yeah, here are the extras part. I'm gonna try to parse the extras, and if we get them, instead of running the parsers, we're just gonna take the world. Oh wait, it shouldn't even be here. It could be here. I'm gonna do entity insert GLTF extras, our own extras, and that's this. Can we do that? Private fields, hold on. Gonna derive a component. We don't want reflection because we don't want it to be serialized at all. Yeah, so that would be it. Or maybe we do want like deref and deref mutable. What color theme are you using? Is it default VS Code? Yes, it is. It is the default one. Okay, so now the saver is gonna insert the extras as a component, and we can just query for that in our custom systems. So going back here, how would that look instead? That would be query, mutable query, presumably. I'm gonna take the entity and GLTF extras, which are not exported, and they should be as well. GLT extras from Blender. Okay, and then also probably some commands. So query.iterable, right, and then this is where we would do that instead. As such. This would be continue. And it's gonna be extras, and extras will have to be mutable. So we're gonna be mutating it. Right, so this would be the new way of writing it. Is it more verbose? I don't think so. Because we could technically make it so that we can reuse this function, like make something generic that would call this function. But I feel like it's as short as this one, especially since now it doesn't require us to like remember this whole type. We just use GLTF extras. What's the problem here though? Cannot borrow extras as mutable as it is behind a reference. And why is that? Because it's iteration instead of iterate mutable. How do you use Blender for the map real time? I have a custom asset processors for Bevy that runs Blender in headless mode in the background and exports the map, which is what I'm currently working on. Okay, so it is a bit of a change, but at the same time, again, it ends up being like 2 lines longer, so it's not that big of a deal, if I do say so myself. So previously this was called what? This was called value, so let's rename this to match the same name scheme. Okay, and now I'm just gonna copy this and go to the next problem. Yeah, so there's gonna be add parser system, parse nodes, and now anchor parser is gonna look like this with a little for loop. And that's gonna be commands entity insert. Okay. And that should be it. Yeah, entity doesn't have to be an ID anymore. Oh, we can, that's cool. We can actually move that into GLTF extras now, I guess. Right, because we can just implement GLTF extras with this function on it. We don't need any of this. Just need a mutable reference to self. And that's gonna be public. And now we can use it, what was it, here. And just like that, okay. Why is GLTF extras an open-ended map instead of just a struct of the values you know about? Because extras in GLTF are represented by JSON. And like, you know, I don't know how to, like, he wants to make a union type of all the possible fields that I'm using. I don't know how ser the JSON, or however you pronounce that, would handle that. So then missing properties would be like options. Like, we could technically do that, but then I'm not sure what the purpose of that would be. Because like, we define it in one place regardless. So, well, the question is like, what would be the benefit of having them defined? In the same file, I guess. You can get rid of a lot of the value boilerplate, I suppose. No, it would be just moved to a different place, right? I don't think Serde JSON would like is able to compile deserialize floats as F32. Right? So it still needs to like cast them manually. I will think about this. I need to do some more research about this crate and how it works. Okay, next parser would be add parser system, parse nodes. Okay. Another one, add parser system is gonna be the same, add parser system, parse nodes, and this is gonna be parse relations. Okay. What else was here? Walkable parser. Okay. Serda is pretty powerful. It can just parse JSON into plain or all Rust types. Yeah, but it doesn't have any helper functions for converting to F32. It treats values as it treats flows as F64, which makes sense because that's how JavaScript represents everything. So that's why I'm assuming that it cannot do that, but maybe it can. You could write a generic deserializes function for F32, and then in your struct you can do So you can have a struct that has the fields with their types and parse it to that struct instead of parsing it into a value. Okay, I'm gonna finish refactoring this, and I look into that because it does sound interesting, and maybe this would allow us to not have Serday as a dependency here, because we wouldn't need any of the types. That would be cool. What is this? Add parser system. Parse nodes, hook parser, whole for loop, and commands right here. See if this compiles, or maybe there's something else. There is something else. There's a terrain. Add parser system. This is parse nodes again, and this is gonna be parse relations. If I could import that. Okay. parse nodes, parse relations. Interesting that it doesn't highlight add parser system when I don't have the schedule. Wonder if it just didn't update, or if somehow these types are compatible. No, probably it's the former though. Commands, entity. Okay. Cargo check. Okay, looks like that's it. Let's run this and see if it's actually gonna function. I'm just gonna, remove the parsed scenes to make sure that they are regenerated. Okay, so we're also gonna have to insert this name entity map into the world. Probably somewhere here. Okay, but the game launched. And it doesn't seem to be working. Our entities are here. But they don't have the components here. Okay, so back to the drawing board, I guess. What is the problem? We run the schedules. We insert the extras. Okay, I guess let's just see if something like the curves parser is actually being run, given these criteria. I have seen some anchors being drawn correctly, so that is interesting. Some good old print line debugging, as always. Okay, so it was only run by for one entity. That's interesting. And the worst part is that we can't really debug this world. Return versus continue. Oh my god, of course. Thank you so much. Okay, can I hide the terminal? Is that possible in this editor? I'm new here, by the way. I don't know how to use Visual Studio Code. This is gonna be continue as well. This is continue. This is continue. Oh, because I changed that initially. Never mind. I do remember changing one, but then I forgot about everything else. Continue. 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 Yeah, that was the first one, and I actually changed it here. Continue. Continue. And continue. Okay. All right. Control plus tick symbol, whatever the name of it is. Yeah, it works. Thanks. Okay, believe it or not, it actually works. Look at this. Look at this thing. You can play the game. Yep, it looks like everything is working. Backtick, okay. Okay, so let's check out the serialization, I suppose. Okay, operating on untyped JSON values. This is what we are doing right now, right? Parsing JSON as strongly typed data structures. Serialized. Oh, but this requires me to use the full crate, right? Isn't it like one of the heaviest crates in the ecosystem or something? Parse the string of data into a person object. This is exactly the same function as the one that produces their JSON value above, but now we are asking it for a person as an output. Okay, so I'm assuming it infers the generic type parameter, right? I think Saturday JSON depends on Saturday. Okay. Let's see. Can I check that? I mean, something is, depending on Saturday, for sure. GOTF JSON, GOTF. Okay, I guess there is no escape. We're already past having it as a dependency. Hey man, pretty new to Bevy game dev in general. Could you show how you handle different animations? I have a video about that actually. If you go to my channel, Artificial, on YouTube, and watch the newest video, I actually talk about how I handle animations. But I'm also new to Bevy, by the way. So like, you should ask somebody who's like more knowledgeable. Okay, so let's try doing it. I guess it's pretty straightforward, right? I'm just gonna declare a different type for it, I suppose. Okay, so now the question is, what properties are we actually using, right? Let's try something simple, right? Like curve. Is it a thing? Hold on. Yeah, it is. So this is the most complex type that we actually have, because this is an array of, I mean, you know, relatively complex, right? It's just an array of vertices. Represented as floats. So right now we iterate over them and we do all of this logic. Okay, but I guess if this was an array of floats, we would just do the same thing here, but just like iterate over the array, right? So that should just be an array. Okay, so that would be curve, and then, oh, it's a vector. Okay, I suppose it would be a vector of f32. Optional though, because not every property will have it. Then we're probably not gonna need this, hopefully. This is gonna be public. Let's see. Get extras. Now returns a map. It's gonna return GLTF extras as an option. You could move the other logic into a deserializer as well if you think you would reuse it. Yeah, I understand that. But I don't think if you're talking about deserializing the array of like you know, Bezier handles, for now I think it's gonna be really unique. Now you need to derive deserialize. Yeah, I'm gonna do it in just a second. So this is gonna be GLTF extras, right? And this could be just the result, right? Or maybe not. Oh, okay, now the trait. Suppose we're gonna have to declare it, right, as a dependency. What's like the current value? The current value, the current version. Oh, there's at version 1, okay. Okay, now it's gonna probably take a while. I think I saw your game featured by Chris in the This Week in Bevy series. Oh, that's interesting. I don't know that Oh, I don't think I know that YouTuber. Is it a YouTuber? I'm assuming they are a YouTuber, but I don't know. Or is it like a blog post? I'm gonna look it up. That's cool. Although we are still extremely bare bones when it comes to the video game. Okay, cargo check finished. So now I can just get the trade, right? The serialize, yeah, exactly. And this should be okay. Okay. And now that's just the component right here. Will this actually build? No, probably not, but we still need to update all of the places where we use them. What would be an anchor? I guess it would be a boolean, right? Although it would be cool if this was just an option of nothing, right? Instead of being an option of boolean, because that doesn't make sense. You need to add all the things as fields to distract. Yeah, I know. Maybe just bool, but will it work this way? What if, like, if it's not present in the JSON, will it be added here? Okay. So this would be this. Max distance. Actually, I wouldn't throw an error here. Or like I wouldn't panic here. Maybe we can just use some default max distance, right? So whatever. Although, I don't know. Maybe let's leave it like this. Let's not make too many changes. Okay. So now this doesn't have to be mutable because we're not extracting this value, which I guess is okay because we're not gonna end up serializing it. Saturday default, use this on top of the field, then it will default to bool's default. Oh, that's cool. That's awesome. Okay. Let's put it here on the top because that's gonna be a really reoccurring pattern. Okay, now we don't need this. And here are the curves, so let's get rid of that. We take the curve and then we can just iterate over the slice, I guess, right? Is it which one is like more suitable here? Both of them iterate over a reference. Question, can I add a reference here? No, that's not how it works. Never mind. Oh, but I can do this. Is it correct? Is this correct? So that I don't need to dereference the value in both places. What's the problem here? Move out of the reference. But we don't want to mutate that. And we also just want the reference, I guess. We don't want to take the whole thing out of it. Can we do that? No? Wait, this is where I would use reference, right? What she did is basically pattern matching. It copies the... Yeah, I know. I was referring to the previous live stream where somebody was trying to explain to me the ref keyword and how it can be used to like modify, you know, patterns in the pattern matching syntax. Although this is kind of weird. I don't because like right now this is gonna be a reference because I'm iterating over a slice, right? But why is it this keyword and not this keyword, right? Like I would expect to be a star instead of a reference because we are like making it. Oh no, it makes sense. Okay, I see it now. Because we're like writing the reference here, and then what we are interested in is number, which doesn't have the reference because the reference is written here as part of the pattern. Okay, I guess I understand it. I guess I understand. What should I say? I understand how it works. I guess I understand the reasoning behind the name or the way it looks like syntactically. Okay, so this seems to be working. Maybe, hopefully, we'll see. Now we need a cube. It's gonna be exactly this. Yeah, that's pretty straightforward. What's the problem here? Oh, there's another one. Look at this. Walkable. I keep pressing Control S after fixing an error, which runs cargo check, and then I cannot go to the next error. I need to wait for it. This doesn't have to be mutable. This whole thing doesn't have to be mutable. Nothing has to be mutable. Just like Rust intended. The nice thing about what you're doing now is that you can now just derive serialize if you want us to be able to save changes eventually. Though I guess saving GLTF probably isn't what you want. Yeah. So, I mean, saving the game state is gonna be a separate can of worms. But Bevy already comes with like a simple serializer, right? That doesn't rely on Saturday. So I guess I would be still trying to like make use of that. But yeah, I think it's nice to have like all of the fields written out right here. Like this. I wonder, will Saturday like complain about additional fields that are not defined on the JSON? Because that would be a nice way to like catch spelling mistakes in Blender. If we could only allow, you know, the properties listed here. Okay, so that's field. Oh wait, hold on. Field is an array. Array of what? Parse vector. It's a vector. Okay, we can probably use a custom deserializer here because we want to turn an array into a vector. So that's gonna be fun. I think Bevy does use Saturday for serialization. I'm actually sure that it doesn't. Like the reflection crate can handle basic serialization. They have like entire. I'm sure about that because I've read the the description of the reflect crate, and like it does provide a basic serialization and deserialization, but not as flexible as Saturday, but good for some purposes. I'm not sure if it will complain about missing stuff, to be honest, but we can probably, there's probably a setting for that, right? There has to be. Bevy scene Saturday entity serializer implements serialize. Yeah, but hold on, let me verify that. So I'm not me when I spread misinformation on the internet, but I'm pretty sure about. I know that they have support for like Saturday. Yeah, so that is Saturday. But there's like an entire crate, not crate, an entire module called Saturday. See, like I'm referring to this. By using reflection, we're also able to get serialization capabilities for free. In fact, using Bevy Reflect can result in faster compile times and reduce code generation over directly deriving the Saturday traits. the way it works is by moving the serialization logic into common serializers and deserializers. Oh, so it's like a bridge between Saturday and the reflection, right? Is that what I'm getting from it? Like reflect serializer actually implements the traits necessary for Saturday, but it's used for everything else. Instead of having like a separate derive for every single component. That would be my guess. Okay, so you were right. It does use Saturday. Am I pronouncing it right, by the way? Is it Saturday? Is it Sardi? Sard? I think I feel like I asked about that. There is Saturday deny unknown fields. Hello, just dropping in. Hello, hi, welcome to the stream. Okay. Regardless, I need a quick break. And after the break, we're gonna implement a little custom deserialization for the vector too. Unless it's already there, but I don't think it's gonna work with JSON arrays, so we'll see. Yeah, but I'm gonna be back in 6 minutes. Many people pronounce it in different ways. The first part, ser, is either sir, seer, or share. And the last part, d, is either d, they, do, or d. Consonant only with e silent. Okay, that's crazy. So I can say whatever I want. I'm gonna be calling it Serday because I like the sound of it. Anyway, anywho, what were we doing? Oh, the serializing field. So yeah, we want this to be an option of vector2, and now we just need to figure out a way to do that. Because I'm pretty sure that if there is a deserializer for vector2, it accepts the x and y as properties. But it also doesn't seem like it implements it. Maybe in a separate module. Okay, but let's leave it like this for now and just see how Serday is gonna handle it by default. Hi, what's up? Nothing much. We are doing some refactoring of the Blender asset processor that we have going on, because later we'll be adding pressure plates, and we need to have a way of storing references to other objects in Blender. And before we do that, I wanted to do a quick refactoring of what we have so far. So right now we are using Serday to, strongly type the exported properties from Blender. So things like, the prop here and other things, like the maximum distance from the anchor. I'm explaining, assuming that you know what we're working on, right? If you're brand new to the stream, hi, welcome. We're making a video game. I think Vec2 does implement the serialize, so we're gonna see, how it will handle the JSON, because in terms of Bevy, this is it. This is the field. It's just gonna be a vector of like 2 elements. It does, but behind the Serday feature. Well, that's a bummer. How long do you think it would take to recompile? This would have to recompile entirety of Bevy, right? If I wanted to enable a new feature. So maybe let's not do that. At least not for now. I've seen our fight with the math along coding, the platform moving. I've seen enough. Oh yeah, you were there when the history was written. It's a good thing you weren't here at the beginning of the stream, because I basically rewrote the entire thing. The platform code is quite different from what we end up having at the end of the last stream. I think it may just require recompiling GLAM, but not sure. Okay, but can you check the implementation of the trait to see what it's gonna do? Because again, I'm pretty sure it's gonna look for X and Y properties, right? I kind of want to check it too, but I don't know how to do that. Because I don't know how to open source files in Visual Studio Code. Ideally, if I just go to... Oh, because it's a feature of GLAM. right? It's a feature, the Saturday is a feature on Glam and not on Bevy. Structs by default use the same field name. So yes, it will need X and Y fields. Like, yeah, unless there's a custom deserializer, right? Implement Saturday. Hold on. No, it is. It looks like it's requiring X and Y, right? Oh no, wait, that's realization. I'm silly. That's deserialization right here. Okay, so this might just about work, right? Depending on what next segment does, I guess. Hi, I'm new to the stream. Would I be wrong if I said you are using Blender as hierarchy? I'm using it as the editor. You could call it this way, because I am using it to set up the hierarchy, right, of components in my game, which is then reflected in Bevy. That visits sequence or seek, whatever that means, looks promising. Yeah, okay, so we're gonna try it out. I guess. How would I do that though? Would this all only be needed here? I guess so, right? No, that's not. Hold on. I know how to do this. No, I don't know, because I would need to use Glam as like my own dependency. Is it, yeah, that's what I meant. Is it default like that, or did you make the connection yourself between Blender and Bevy? I made it myself. But there is, if you're interested, there is there's a community project. Just give me a second. Right, there's this thing, Blender Bevy components workflow. That is a pretty, out of the box solution for what I'm trying to do here. It just works a bit differently, which is why I'm doing my own thing. But there is like, something ready to use in the community. Hi, what are you working on today? We are making a pressure plate, but before we can make a pressure plate, first we need to recreate the universe. So right now we are doing some refactoring in the way we handle Blender files. I think you may have to specify Glam as its own dependency. Yeah, that's what I thought. $0.25, okay. There is a realization feature flag on Bevy that may do it. Yeah, but it's gonna recompile the entirety of Bevy, right? Is it not on by default, by the way? What are the default features in Bevy? I'm blind. Where's the is it Bevy core? Where's the default crate? No, that's just Bevy core. Is it defined like at the top level here? Oh yeah, it is. So the default features don't have serialization. Okay. Let me not think about this and continue with refactoring, and we're gonna go back to it later. Okay, so this is the field. I'm gonna see if there are any more problems arising. So that's gonna be the direction vector, I suppose, right? Just like this. I just raised that serialized feature flag from Bevy. It does in fact eventually set Glamstar Day inside Bevy math. Okay, thanks for checking it. So I guess that would be ideal to just enable it. Although I'm gonna be honest, I would kind of like to implement my own deserializer just for the sake of doing it, because I've never done this. And it doesn't seem like it would be too difficult. So maybe we're just gonna do it, and then in my free time, when we're not live, I'm gonna try to, you know, play around with the features and recompile the whole project. If not value hook, we just wanna continue. And now we're gonna need to add this right here. Again, none of this has to be mutable. Launch is another one. Platform. terrain. Tunnel should be the last one, I hope. I don't think there's any more. And what is this? Reversed. Some boolean or default. Okay. Parse vector technically not necessary anymore. Okay, it looks like and that's all. So let's recompile this and see. Meanwhile, I'm gonna take a look at Saturday JSON with like custom deserializers. I guess that wouldn't be documented here, but in Saturday itself, right? Because it's probably a part of the serialized trait. Wait, where's the... Yeah, Rust documentation. Okay. Can I make it dark? That's the question that I have. I don't think so. Okay. Oh, hold on. The game compiled, believe it or not. Okay, so what wouldn't work? Fields. They just work? Hold on, that's interesting. Do we have another field? No, I don't think so. Oh, wait, we do. Okay, let's try changing the direction of that. See if everything actually works. Crazy if true. Let's make it go to the left instead. And the game crashed. Let us see what happened. Malformed hierarchy, that's interesting. This probably means that your hierarchy has been improperly maintained. Okay, let's see if we can recreate that. Let's try changing it again. Let's try actually something simpler, like just moving it. Okay, so moving it worked. Oh no. That's my least favorite type of error. It's one that I don't know what caused. Yeah, the direction changes. So it seems to be working just fine. The A at the top. Oh, okay, thank you. Yeah, but it seems that it just works. Trademark. I am not happy about the malformed hierarchy though. That's kind of weird that it happened this way. Okay, I'm changing it back. And we are back. Okay. I am hoping that it may be caused by Bevy and the way it reloads scenes, because the logic I'm using comes from Bevy for like changing it, and the way it does is that it kind of does, but kind of also doesn't. Like it's for example, it's not gonna remove entities that were removed from the scene. It's just gonna keep them in memory. So maybe that's the problem. But I didn't remove anything, so yeah, I guess we'll never know. It just works exactly. Okay. Let's actually maybe for a second, because I feel like that would be useful. No, never mind. It would not be useful. That's silly. I wanted to derive reflect so that it gets serialized, but I realized that it wouldn't contain any additional values, because what we need to focus on right now is making it so that our soon-to-be pressure plate can reference other objects. Right, so how are we gonna call it? Let's call it trigger for now. There's gonna be a reference to some object. And we don't really care about what type of object that is, right? This can be just whatever this is, anchor one, like that. Right, so now that's the reference to anchor one. And we just want to resolve it, I guess, during parsing. So if everything is coded correctly, we are constructing this name entity map, and also this is spelled wrong. What is this then? This is an entity, okay, this is a index entity map. This is the name entity map. And now before running our systems, we're just gonna insert a resource. If we could. Yeah, and the resource is gonna be name to entity map. Can I do it this way? Maybe. Private fields. You can be public. It doesn't matter right now. It has an extra I at the end. Yeah, that is true. Thank you for that. And now we can go to nothing because we need to make it into some sort of a component. Hold on, because I'm thinking. How do I want to do this? Let's say we are here. We have the extras. The extras are gonna somehow magically contain this new property, which I believe looks something like this. This is how Blender is gonna store this reference. There's gonna be a name, and then there's gonna be a type, which we don't care about. So then if we have the trigger property, I'm assuming we will just denote it here as per usual. And then we're gonna take this thing as a resource, and we're gonna use it to find the entity. Can triggers ever trigger other triggers? Not yet. There is a many-to-many relation, right? So you can have like pressure plate A, B, and C, and then have like, you know, 4 different components that can be activated, and this can be, you know, related to each other in a many-to-many relation. So one trigger can activate multiple components, and one component can be triggered by multiple triggers. But the way we're gonna store it right now is that whatever can be activated, is gonna reference the trigger, which means that in an ECS setup, this can only have one trigger. But if we need it to have like multiple triggers, we're just gonna add another entity. That is my solution to that. Either an entity or like a custom component that will be able to use a vector of triggers, right? If that's necessary, but I don't think it's gonna be necessary. I don't think we're gonna go that complex. So it can be extended later. And I just realized that what I did here is stupid, because that shouldn't be on the pressure plate. That should be on something else. Probably like this platform. I guess we could try, you know, making this platform activate when this pressure plate is pressed. I don't know if this answers your question. Because can triggers ever trigger other triggers? I guess the answer would be no, because it's like you have 2 types, right? You have things that trigger, and then you have things that are triggered, and you cannot connect them, you know. It's like plus and minus, right? You cannot have 2 pluses connected to each other. So this is not gonna be here. This is gonna be right here. Let's make a new property. Again, this is gonna be a data block called trigger for object. And let's change the name of this to a pressure plate, I guess. Okay. I was thinking about how you would reference entities. You'll need two passes probably where you first add all triggers so that in the second pass you can reference those triggers. Yeah, but we already have that. Hold on. Because the saver first creates the nodes. It then establishes like parent to child connections, and only then our systems are run. So when the system is run, you can already reference. You already have access to like the name to entity map, right? Because all of the nodes are already created. Okay, so trigger. And I can never remember the shortcut for this. What is this? Control Alt Enter. Okay. So now this is gonna be the trigger, and okay, it's already there. Never mind. We already declared this. So now it's just a matter of let some why isn't this a thing though? What's going on here? Did I like misspell it? No. Oh, it's not a module. Okay. I'm like, oh gee, where's my IntelliSense? Okay, so for now let's just declare all struct. Like this, nothing fancy. Okay, and now we can just access the resource right here. If it was actually exported by our library, that is. So I don't like the two, because we don't use it in other places. Name entity map. Okay, now we have access to the resource and we should be able to just get it. Option. We're gonna wanna expect something here. What's up with this? Expected entity found entity. Yeah, that's just the reference. Field name of GLTF is private. Okay. Not anymore. How did I do that previously? Hold on. I know how to code, I swear to God. Okay. And what's the problem here? Cannot move out of value trigger. Sorry, missed that. No problem. So if this compiles, we should see the newly added component with the entity being referenced, hopefully. It's interesting that it's recompiling DevTools. Why is that? Oh, because they rely on common. Yeah, that makes sense. I wonder if we can make them not rely on common. What do they want from common? Ideally, they would be like separate. Okay, so about our platform. What are we looking for? We're looking for a trigger, which is nowhere to be found. We set it up on the thing, so that's correct. Okay, so it could be different than I thought it was. Give me just a second. Yeah, so this is how it looks like when you serialize it in GLTF, right? It's a prop and then it has a name. So that should be okay. Did you add the plugin? Oh my God. Of course I haven't. Thanks. What is this trigger plugin? No. Restart the task. Okay, platform. There is no trigger yet, but it's probably because we need to change something. And here it is. Here's the trigger. Here's the entity, which is the entity 6v1, which is what? . Well, I don't see it. Hold on. Oh, I know a problem here. Oh, there's a huge problem, I think. But we're gonna get to that in just a second. Do you have a name component? No, you do not. You need a remind to add plugin. Yeah. Okay, so before we debug that problem, we are not clearing the resource at all. Oh no, wait, never mind. We are inserting it, which overrides the previous one. So that should be okay. Because I thought that the name entity map keeps like aggregating old entities, but that's not true. We are creating a new one each time, and then inserting should override the previous one. So let me take a closer look again. It has a despawn component. Weird. No, that's just a button. If you mean what I think you mean, that's just the button in the inspector. Right? You mean this thing? Like I can press it to despawn the entity. So it is something, but I just don't know what it is. Because this starts with like 7, 8, 9, 10. It has like a handle to the image. Oh, that's this. Oh, that's interesting. That's the player sprite. Wait, I know. No, I don't know. I may know what the problem is. Because when spawning a scene, Bevy does like translation from the entity IDs inside of the scene to the entity IDs in the spawned world, or in the world to which the scene has been spawned. And I wonder how it works. Maybe for some reason it doesn't detect that our trigger here should be mapped as well. Is that a custom editor? No, it is a crate. Hold on. It's a crate called Bevy Inspector EGUI. Recommend it highly. You know, makes your life much easier. Like allows you to inspect the state of the world. Okay, so let me just track this down, I guess. Starting in main, we spawn a dynamic scene bundle. Main navigation. Oh, okay. So this is used here. So that I'm interested in, right? It's gonna be scene spawner system. Which does some spawning. Entity map is created here and passed here. And then write to world. Yeah, for each component types that reference other entities, we keep track of which entities in the scene use that component. This is so we can update the scene internal references to references of the actual entities in the world. Right, so it should work like this. Let me just check if that's the problem, because we should be able to easily check that. Oh, okay, it's not gonna be as easy as I thought it would be. So we are referencing the correct entity, right? Like it's an entity within this scene. And I'm assuming it just happens to have the 6 ID, right? If you were to actually decipher this. I'm not sure how this works. So what are entities here? Entities contained in the dynamic scene. Okay, so we iterate over that. And then we immediately check for the entity map. Okay, so I'm assuming this also handles the case when you're like updating the scene. So if entity map already contains like a spawned reference, a spawned entity corresponding to this one, it's just gonna use it instead. This component references entities in the scene, track it so we can update it to the entity in the world, right? So yeah, that's interesting. How does it know about that? For a specific type of component, this maps any field with values of type entity to a new world. Since a given entity ID is only valid for the world it came from, when performing this realization, any stored IDs need to be reallocated in the destination world. Okay. But how does the registration data know about that? Okay, but so this basically checks if this component references entities and adds them here, right? Adds the current entity to this map, and then this is resolved later in here. and then map entities are called. Okay. Oh, map entities. Operations to map all contain entity fields in a type to new values. As entity IDs are valid only for the world they're sourced from. Yeah, we know that. Example, derive component, implement map entities for the component, and then you just do that. Okay, so it's not automatic, you just need to implement this. Awesome. Let's try doing that. Let's implement map entities for trigger. So is it as easy as just this? Almost. Okay. Let's compile this, see what's gonna happen. Hopefully it's gonna work. Platform, trigger, entity 6. Okay. Oh wait, we need to rerun it. No, we rerun it already. Okay, that's a bummer. Just to make sure, let's rerun. Okay, so trigger still for some reason does this thing. Let's check if I'm not missing anything. Let's see if this is actually called using our good old friend. No, it's not. Doesn't seem to be called. Okay, so that would explain some issues with this. Wouldn't I needs to like reflect this as well though. I'm guessing, no, that's not the case. Cannot find type reflection map entities in the scope, okay. Yeah, that's still correct, because it doesn't run. Yeah, I don't even have to like rerun the processing because it is run when the scene is loaded each and every single time. Right here. Oh wait, hold on, but it does query for reflect map entities. It is a thing that exists. I'm not making it up. Hold on, let's go back to the trigger. Let's try it now. Yeah, now it's called right here. So hopefully platform trigger, here it is, the pressure plate. Okay, that's awesome. That is awesome. I feel like this should be in the documentation of this enum, like here in this example. Properly loading components with entity references from scenes, right? Like, since this is like the main use case, I guess it would be nice to have this mentioned here. I will take a look at the Bevy repo to see if like there's any information about that, because maybe it would be useful to add. Or maybe it's somewhere else in the documentation, I just couldn't find it. Yeah, regardless, I look into that, but you know, not on the stream. So this now works. We are referencing the pressure plate. The pressure plate does not have any component just yet. Okay, so I'm gonna be taking a little break, and after the break, we're gonna make it work, I suppose. Gonna make it so that the player stepping on the pressure plate actually activates it, and then that is transferred to the platform. Dock improvements are always highly welcome. Yeah, I'm sure of that, right? I'm just, I'm wondering if it's a me problem and I just didn't notice something in the documentation, and I'd like to check that first. Anyway, yeah, I'm gonna see you in about 6 minutes. Okay, so for now we're just gonna make this platform, this pressure plate, you know, be a sensor that just checks if something is inside. Like eventually maybe it's gonna require some sort of a better system to check if the thing, if you know, the thing is actually laying on the ground and not just being somewhere within the vicinity of it. But you know, we can polish that later. So what is it gonna be? It's gonna be a boolean called pressure plate. Oh, that's interesting. It opens like the full-blown window. Windows Explorer, File Explorer, I guess is the name of it. So this is gonna be pressure plate. Okay, let's add this to the library. And I'm actually gonna register this plugin this time. So we probably don't need this. That's gonna be just a tag component, nothing fancy. We don't need the entity mapping. We're just gonna add a pressure plate right here. Okay, and now that's just gonna be an empty component. And then we're probably also gonna wanna add some spawn pressure plate, right? Just to set up all of the non-serialized component. So I'm just gonna query, you know, the entity, if I could spell that, entity where the pressure plate component has been just added, right? And then we're just gonna loop through that. What is this entity? Oh, hold on. Okay, here's the thing, seal works. Some mutable commands. Okay, what are we gonna be inserting here? I suppose since we are using the scale to like define the radius here, we probably want to reset the scale. We're gonna store it here instead. Excuse me. We're gonna store it here instead as a vector 2. Is it a word? Is it extends? No, it's extends, right? And so this is just gonna be the scale of this entity, which we need to also take from here. And let's see how this is actually being stored. So pressure plate, transform, scale. Okay, that doesn't tell us much. Let's try changing the Z scale, no, the Y scale to like 1. And then we're gonna see which one is which, because I can never remember my coordinate systems. So yeah, for now let's just assume the worst case scenario, which is X here and Z here. Okay, this is now our pressure plate, and we can also update the transform property. Like this, assuming that this is mutable, of course. And this should probably happen here after we read the values. Yeah, so now we're gonna transfer the scale, you know, into this property and set it back to 1, just so that it doesn't mess up, you know, physics. Once we add, you know, stuff like rigid body. Oh, it actually doesn't need a rigid body. It needs a collider. It's in the box. What is it? Cuboid. Okay, and then this should map exactly. Not exactly. Half is gonna be half of that. So let's actually do it immediately here. Okay, and then we will also need the reference to this, just to get these values. Entity, and then pressure plate. Okay, so there's gonna be pressure plate extends X, and there's gonna be extends Y. I don't. This doesn't make sense. I don't think this is correct. Hold on. Yeah, it is extends. I got it right the first time. What is the problem here? Mismatch types. We don't want to return this. Okay, so we're adding a cuboid, and then do we need anything else? I don't think so. Not for now, I guess. So the normal system that's gonna run in update. Now we will need some more components, presumably here. We have the trigger component, and then we're gonna need another component called triggered, I guess. That would be like whether or not a trigger is triggered. But I can see that being confusing. Let's make it trigger status. Something like that. Okay, let's use that for now. Let's also register this as a type. So this will basically store information about whether or not something is activated by the player in some way. It can be, it doesn't even have to be player, right? Maybe it's a cube being placed on the pressure plate. Maybe it's the player pressing a button on some terminal. Okay, and then this will also get this trigger status. And I guess we need some default here. Okay, so that's gonna take care of spawning the pressure plate. And then we also need another system. Update pressure plate, right? We're gonna take our query as per usual, probably mutable. Now we're gonna need the reference. Do we need the reference? No, we just need the mutable status, mutable reference to the trigger status. Presumably the rapier collider. We need some, hold on. We need some information about the collision status. Let's see. I can never remember. Active collision types. No. Active events. I don't know if I want to handle this using events though, right? Physics hooks are user-defined callbacks used to filter out some contact pairs. No, I'm not interested in that. I just want to check if the sensor is sensing something. Let's go to player for a second, because it has some necessary information like this thing. What are you? You are a group. Okay, and that's a constant. So ideally I wanna move it somewhere else and give it some nice names right? So I'm just gonna make a public type. Oh wait, that's already taken. Oh man, naming this so that it doesn't collide. Let's call it physics group. And now we can say, you know, player. No, hey, hold on, we cannot do that here. Now we can implement this, right? And we can make a constant called player. And just make it equal to group. I hope that's how it works. Like this. Is this Rust? Is this correct? Missing type. Okay, what is your type? But they don't have types. Oh, because it's bit flags. Okay, all right, I see. But does just unassign 32, right? Okay, almost. Found group. Okay, can I just make it a group? Okay, I can. Is this gonna be public by default? We'll see. No, I don't think so. I need to make it public, right? Okay. Let's make a new file for this. Make it part of this crate. So previously we were using, like, you know, the random numbered constants without an easy way to understanding what is what, right? So like here the player has a collision groups, and its membership is group 3, so that represents the player, and then it filters group 2, which is something. Like right now I don't even remember what group 2 is. But we're gonna get to that. I suppose this is ground. That's gonna be my guess, if I remember correctly. So group 2 is gonna be ground, or like terrain in general. And then I guess group 1 is gonna be entity. This is because this is like generic. This is what, you know, something like a cube belongs to. Okay. Are we using this anywhere else? Yeah, like here. What is this? This is the cube. So the cube wants to collide with the cube and the ground, but not the player. Okay. This, we already fixed this. Terrain. It's gonna be a terrain. And group all, I guess we can keep that. Okay, that should be it. So now that we have the pressure plate, it has like a collision groups, but the question is there like an equivalent for, because that's gonna be a sensor, right? Is there an equivalent for collision groups for a sensor? Is it like a different thing? And why can I not spell it? Yeah, collision groups. What about just groups? Hold on. Interaction groups. Pairwise collision filtering using bit masks. Hold on. Let's check the documentation, I guess. Is this described somewhere here? Collision groups for filtering what pair of colliders should have their contacts on intersection tests if at least one of the colliders is a sensor. Okay, so this also works for sensors. Computed. Okay. So this is the same. Collision groups, new. And now you will belong to other entities, and you're gonna interact with other entities and with the player and nothing else. So this way the terrain is not gonna trigger an intersection in the sensor, because you can see that right now they overlap, the terrain and the sensor, so we don't want that to be accounted for. Now I do it somehow in the free run, no, in the player physics thingy. I do this somewhere. I do some like sensor detection. What was I doing it for? Because I remember using a sensor. Was it free run with tunnels? Not tunnels, force fields. Find field at point, self-context intersections with point. Oh, but it uses a default. Oh, this is better. Find intersecting field, intersection pairs with entity, and that's just gonna get us our result. Okay. Okay, let's just yank this and use it here. So we're definitely gonna need the context. And this is a resource. Rapier context. Okay. We're probably gonna wanna have some entity here. So for entity status in query.iterator, we're gonna wanna do this. Okay. Okay, now I just want to find if there's anything intersecting it. So there's probably a method for that, right? Find. No. I mean, find kind of works, but I'm interested. I only want to know if there's something in there. I don't need to get the result. There is no contains. Hold on, let me look this up. Any. Test if any element of the iterator matches a predicate. Short circuiting, okay. So now we want to take the, not this, just intersecting. And return that. Yeah, that should be it. So now there's gonna be status. What is status? Oh wait, that's a different file. Oh, okay, it's just a wrapper. So that's gonna be 0, and we are mutating it. And this is iter mutable. And this private. Let's make it public for now. Okay, so now we're gonna run this update pressure plate, presumably in a fixed update. We will, however, need to figure out the order of the systems that like should be used, because the things that can be triggered by a trigger should run after updating the triggers themselves, right? So that there is no 1 frame delay between you doing something and it having an effect. But for now, let's just see this. So if everything is set up correctly, I should be able to step on a pressure plate and it would get its status changed to true. We should see that because it's actually reflected and registered in the plugin. Okay, also it would be nice to make it visible later on. Also, let me just make sure that it reruns the parsing. Okay, this is a pressure plate right here. And it has a... Oh, it doesn't have anything. Okay, why is that? We have pressure plate as boolean, and it is not set up in Blender because I didn't do that. Apparently, I probably did not press OK because if you don't press it, it doesn't apply the changes. Pressure plate, and you, sir, are a boolean. Okay. Something happened. The pressure plate now has a sensor which is much smaller than what I thought it would be. Because it should be this big. Oh, I know the problem, right? Or maybe I do not know the problem. Okay. Let me just rerun the game. Yeah, okay, so it does work. It doesn't get updated though, that's kind of peculiar. Anyway, let me check this again. Pressure plate is here. Can I get the extents of that box? No, I cannot. Okay, doesn't matter. We can just test if it works. Well, it doesn't. Okay, so it does work with the cube. It doesn't work with the player. It does feel like there is something wrong with the player in general, because that's not the first time it's not being sensed by a sensor. But I guess that's a bug for another day. What I'm sort of worried by is the fact that the size of this cube does not align at all with the size of this one. So let's go to Visual Studio Code, if I could find it, right here. Let's take a look at this. Okay, this is the pressure plate. Its X value is 15 and its Y value is 10. So the 15 makes sense because that's half of the X, and the Y makes sense because that's 10. Okay. But these are the wrong values. Which means that the pressure plate should actually use Y. So we can make it much nicer. We can just truncate this, divide it by 2, call it a day. Although it doesn't explain the weirdness of it. Pressure plate. And why doesn't it get updated? I think I know why. I guess instead of added, we can just use changed. No, that's not gonna work. Oh no, it is. It is gonna work. If we detect whenever this component is changed, we're gonna recalculate the collider. So we should see our changes in Blender reflected in the game correctly. Okay. Now this shouldn't matter, but it does. Or maybe it doesn't. Hold on. I think it just re-updated the file. Okay, now it works. Now it actually considers the Z value as it should, and it shouldn't be divided by 2, and then everything should work. Okay. Yeah, so you are not divided anymore, and that should work. We can move on to making the platform work based on that. Okay, and now if I, change this a bit, well, let's set this to 1. Yeah, it's exactly like in Blender. works with the cube. Doesn't work with the player, but that's okay for our purposes, for our current purposes, I guess. We will need to fix that later. Let's leave it here. Okay, this already has the trigger set up. So I'm thinking, how do we want to do that? Probably a new system. Let's call it trigger platform. We're gonna get some query in here. What we are interested in, not the transform, probably not the parent. Probably not the platform as well. We do want mutable access to platform target though. And then we also want non-mutable access to trigger. So this is the first query, and then triggers is gonna be another query which simply gets non-mutable access to the trigger status. So now mutable target, trigger in query, iterator. What are you? Platform target. Oh, okay. 0 is gonna be equal to if let's just do something simple. If triggers get trigger 0, let's map this. Get the trigger. Why don't you know what this is though? Oh, this is also trigger. No, it is trigger. Never mind. I'm silly. Oh, because it's not imported. Okay. So this is the trigger. We're getting the trigger status for that trigger. And then what is it gonna give us? It's gonna give us a Boolean value. So it's 0 and then unwrap or default. So this is our condition. And then if this is true, we want to set it to 0. Otherwise we want to set it to 1. Entity. I guess we can add the ref here. So we can just dereference this like that, or maybe not. Entity font trigger. Yeah, but trigger now should implement the reference, or is it not how I think it works? Okay. This has to be itermutable. Okay, and now we want to update this at some point. Oh wait, what am I doing? That's a system. We want to register this right here. So right now, let's just do it in update. Again, we're gonna have to figure out the correct order for this at some point. So this is trigger platform. Okay, so now this system should check if our trigger is active, and if so, it's gonna change the target of this platform, which 0 is like basically closest to the edge and 1 is like far away in the current setup. It's a reference to ** trigger. Oh, I'm gonna try it out in just a second. Oh, okay, so okay, it makes sense, yeah. Yeah, so now the platform is here, right? We put the cube in here and it, okay, almost. Yeah, and now we are on it. No, come back. Okay. Oh, I'm afraid I lost my cube forever. Never mind. Okay, perfect. I guess we can also try to plug it into other things, namely the extraction tunnel, because we do want to control its direction using this, and maybe even disable it. So this is an interesting challenge, because then we cannot just use one trigger, we need to use multiple triggers. We'll see how that goes. Yeah, double dereferencing, let me try that. So this is no longer public. We do some dereferencing. Then we do this. Right, okay, so that works. Awesome. But also I feel like just to sort of stick to the way Bevy does it, I'm just gonna implement trigger and give it like a public get. Method. So it's closer to how something like parent in Bevy works. Okay, so I'm gonna take a quick break and I'll be back in 6 minutes. We'll be trying to figure out the extraction tunnel related stuff. So actually, before we implement the tunnel, let's quickly implement some sort of a toggle, because it's gonna be a bit easier to test once we have that. So this is a pressure plate. Do we want to reuse it? Probably not. We probably just want a Shift A, empty circle. And like, let's put it here. So we can make it bigger. Let's call it a toggle. Okay, are we gonna need something else? Toggle, because previously, back in Unity, there used to be 3 types of toggles. There would be a toggle that like actually toggles, and then more of a like an input button. So you just press it and an action happens, and then you can press it again. But I guess this starts with a simple toggle. What do we have here again? We don't need this. We don't need the toggle status. Probably don't need this implementation because that's just a tag. Toggle parser. Yeah, we're looking for a toggle and then just inserting a toggle here. Okay. And let's add this to the library. As always. And register the plugin. Okay, if not value, then we just continue. And we don't need the entity map. Okay, this is the traditional classic stuff, nothing new here. Now the toggle will need some state. Presumably, you know, an active flag. Maybe some default trait here. Or maybe it will not, because we could technically reuse the trigger status. Yeah, let's do that. Is trigger status? Yes, it is serializable. So I'm just gonna insert it together with this. And now we just need to add a quick little system. What did we call it in the case of the pressure plate? Oh, it's just update pressure plate. Okay. Actually, let's yank all of this. So this is update toggle. Oh wait, never mind. This logic is gonna be completely different. So first and foremost, we're gonna need the player to interact with it. Using some button, and I'm assuming it's gonna be a different button than picking up objects. Probably, or maybe not. Could it be the same button? No, I don't think it should be the same button. Maybe it should be. It is in most like first-person shooters. The way if you pick up something with like an E, you also interact with things using an E, and you cannot interact with things if you're holding something. Yeah, I guess for now it would be the same button. Whatever. Which means that we can reuse some of the logic in the cube, wherever it is. Yeah, so cube has a holdable component. And this is then used as a tag for the things that the player can hold. Okay. Let's take a look at this. Let's update holdable. Yeah, and then it finds the closest holdable. Okay, this is all related to like moving it around. Okay, so we're gonna have to find a way to encode this logic. So first of all, clearly this is something greater than just holdable, because you can like interact with other things, not just the cube. But then at the same time, while holding a cube, you cannot really interact with anything else. So this lookup here, this lookup here probably shouldn't be over holdables, but rather other, but rather some other enum type. Looking at this because there's a lot of just like position related logic, and I'm thinking if it could be in its own system. It's making it difficult to comprehend what's going on here. Right, this could technically be extracted, but this like little state machine here doesn't help because there is some specific logic that we do when we transition out of holding something. Namely, we reset the velocity, or maybe not reset, but restrict the velocity and reset the gravity. And if this was a separate system, I don't know how we would detect that, right? Because we're referencing another entity. Once we change which entity we are referencing, we will no longer have access to the previous entity that we were previously referencing. And this will just not work. Could use events to allow custom behavior to be split into a different system. Let me think about this. Yeah, I think you're right. I think this would be the simplest solution here, right? Okay, let me refresh myself on Bevy events. Oh. Okay, you just derive an event. And that's it. Don't you have to like register it? Okay, an event can be an enum. Okay, that's pretty much everything I need to know, right? Yeah, add event. Okay. So that's gonna be a public enum, I guess, right? Holdable event, and then we're gonna have like picked up, held, dropped, and we're gonna get the entity here. Okay. Let's make a quick dirty system here, just for the sake of testing. Update holdable position, whatever. What are we gonna be doing here? Gonna be using an event reader. Which is immutable. And then we're gonna need the mutable query with whatever it is that we need, We're gonna figure this out in just a second. Oh, wait. Okay. Let's match it. Okay, now let's see what are we actually doing here. So when we first pick something up, we set the gravity scale to 0. The other option instead of events would be to insert a marker component, held, dropped, and so on, but I'm not certain how efficient that is with archetypes. Yeah, but even then, oh, okay, so we would insert a dropped component and then a different system would read that and remove the component. I see. I feel like events are gonna be better here because this is like one type of thing, not one type, like there's only ever gonna be one instance of something being held. So you don't really benefit from the querying capabilities of like a dropped component. I'm not sure though. Like I'm trying to imagine how a system like that would work. Could we handle both like addition and removal in the same system? Not in the same system. I mean, I think it would be possible, right? Because I'm thinking about verbosity right now as well. It's like how much code would we have to write to make it happen? Okay, let's proceed with this and see how it's gonna look like with events. So here we just want to insert the gravity scale 0. I wonder if we're actually modifying anything, or are we always using commands to modify this? I guess technically we are, but we also need to access the transform and velocity. Are we like modifying the transform anywhere? No. So why is it mutable? Okay. Just see how it would look like. So this is picked up. Dropped is this. Wait. No, we need to use components. We cannot use events because events are like global. I just realized. I mean, we technically can use events, but it assumes that there's only ever gonna be one instance of the player. And my OCD doesn't let me do that, despite the fact that it is a single player game. But we cannot, at least right now, we cannot have like events per entity, right? Wait, okay, hold on. I'm overthinking it way too much, but if we were to use components, we would still need a reference to whoever is holding them, or whoever is holding the cube. The components would still need to reference which entity is held and which is doing the holding. Yeah, true. But hear me out. Here's the idea. I think this would be simpler if we were to handle it this way. If we do just held or held by entity, and then we just detect the removal of the component, which I believe we can do. Also, this is a struct. Right? I think this would be nice. Let's call it this, just for the sake of this. So we're gonna need query, presumably a mutable query. Entity. We don't actually need to mutate the transform. It's messing me up because it's mutable here, but it's not like it's being mutated anywhere. Oh wait, it is right here. Never mind. Okay, so the mutable transform, and then can I use added here? Is that a thing that I can do? Because I need the reference to held by, and I also want to check if held by has been added. I don't know if it's gonna make any sense. Okay, so let's register this system here. Okay, so it seems like it will work because it doesn't say that it's not a proper system. So for entity mutable transform held by and added, we're gonna do something. We're also gonna need some query for the transform of the player, I guess, or whatever is holding the thing. Ooh, there's much more information here though. Like we also need the physics. Let me see, what are we actually using here? Are we using the controller? No, we're only using it to modify a holdable. Okay, so we need physics and transform. Okay, I guess that's manageable. So we don't need entity. We don't need the player controller. We just need the physics and the transform. And then this will collide, I'm assuming, because we're trying to mutate transform here, but we also access it here. So I guess we're just gonna add without held by. And I'm assuming it will also need something here, right? Like without player physics. I think so. Okay. So this is just enter update, and then we need a leave sort of handle, which I never remember how to do. Removal detection, react on removal, remove components, my components, okay. And then these are entities, okay. So this is actually exactly what we need, because we're gonna be using commands anyway. Maybe, maybe not. Maybe, oh no, hold on, it's not gonna work. In general, you want inverse with without statements, with holdable, without holdable. Otherwise, FA it cannot prove mutual exclusion. Oh. Yeah, you're right, but this is like not necessary at all, because there's already mutual exclusion, because this is without held by and this needs held by, right? Okay, no, but the whole plan is falling apart because the exit state also needs access to like the player physics. And we will not have this information if we use removed components. In my head, I thought that we only need to reset the gravity scale, but we also need to handle this. That is not a problem, because like we can just do, you know, another component dropped by, right? And just use that instead. But it is a shame, because I was kind of hoping to make it work with just one component. Okay, so for now, let's have the same system do both. So just held and then dropped. Can we do that? I don't know. Now it's probably gonna collide. Let's make two systems for that. Update held, update dropped. you could make it work with an enum component, but then you have one large system handling both cases, which leaves you in a messy state anyway. Yeah, but I was kind of hoping for it, if I'm being honest. Like I was hoping that we would handle everything in like one place, because I don't see the point in splitting it, because there's already a strong relation between updating and dropping, which is that you need to apply dropping after updating. Yeah, the enum component sounds good to me, if I'm being honest. So we're gonna end up with the exact same thing as events, but it's gonna be a component. Picked up entity held by entity. Maybe without by. Picked up, held, and then dropped. Okay. So now transform status added is not necessary, and we're gonna wanna mutate the status. Okay, so commands entity insert gravity scale 0. That's it. And then dropped is gonna do this. Let what? We need the player data here, probably. Probably don't need transform though. I wonder if I can somehow merge this match statement with this if statement. I don't think that's possible, right? I don't think something like this is possible. Yes. By yes, you mean it's not possible, or do you mean it is possible? Move the if to inline. Oh, okay, it's not and, it's if. Like this. No, that's just perfect. We just need this. Okay, awesome. It is possible. Yeah, I think the stream is a bit behind, but yeah, I figured this out. Thanks so much. This is gonna make it a bit nicer, I guess. So we probably need the same thing here. Okay, so meanwhile here, we're gonna insert holdable status dropped by the player entity. Do we have something like that? Entity, just entity. What is this? No, that's the wrong entity. That's for sure not what we want. I like how there is entity, but I just ignore it. What is it doing here? That's gonna be player entity, okay. And we probably also don't need to use commands, and we can just mutate the holdable status as is. So I'm gonna change this in just a second. Okay. Now this whole thing is exactly what we want to get rid of, and put it here. So I don't have to think about this anymore. Okay, if I could get some cargo check for this, because it doesn't, that would be awesome, because it doesn't seem like that should work. Interesting. The cargo check is not working. Commands are cheap, but they are deferred to the next apply deferred call. So mutating without. So mutating without commands, I'm assuming, where possible, is preferred. Yeah, I was thinking about the same thing, because then we would have to have them in separate stages or something to flash the commands. Okay, so we don't actually need to do anything here, because this is just gonna okay, so for now let's keep inserting. Again, I'm gonna get rid of this in just a second. We're gonna insert the holdable status here, right? Held entity. So that also there's a duplicated name here. That's a problem. Can we call it parent? Does it make sense? Probably not. Let's call it a player. No, that's already a query. Okay. Player entity, I suppose. Okay, so we don't overshadow the actual entity that we want to modify, which is the cube, and not the player. So here, instead of inserting gravity scale 0, we're just gonna insert holdable status picked up by the player entity. I see why cargo check is broken, I think. Let me see. Your match statement has the arrow after the if. You need it before. Like this. But that's just an if statement. Right? Like it's just an if statement inside of. Oh, okay. So it's not possible to use this as a guard. It's just you wanted, you meant to like inline the if statement. Okay. But I feel like it's not possible given the formatting rules, right? Yeah, because it's just gonna automatically add braces around it. It's okay. I was just curious if it's possible to like have it all in the same expression. So then we don't need this. No, but cargo check is still not working. Let me see. Is there anything? Blender cargo toml. Glam, but that's an old log. Okay, hold on. That's just an old log. Let's go back here. Let me restart the server to see what's gonna happen. Anyway, this is definitely gonna be Hollywood transform, and this is gonna be transform, that's for sure. We also need the velocity and angular velocity. So this is gonna come from this. Physics, we do have that. Input scheme. Steal it from here. That would be it, it seems. And then here we would just use velocity. Okay, now we're talking. We also need some time. Also misspelled this entity. Okay, I'm trying to rename it, but the LSP is not responding. Okay. And that's just gonna be velocity, the angular velocity. It's gonna be simpler once we switch to mutating things. Okay, this by itself should work. Let's try building this. And it does not. Oh yeah, but that's because of the toggle. Let's just add it here. Player entity. What's the problem here? Oh, the reference. The reference this. Velocity is always present. We want it to be optional. At least for now. Okay, for now we're just gonna do this kind of messy, just for the sake of checking if it works. Held by is no longer necessary. We don't need physics. And there's some problem with our new system. Oh yeah, there's no held by without holdable status. What's the problem here? Mismatched types. Okay. Some more issues. Yeah, this is mutable. Oh, what happened here? Okay, so now it's mismatched types. It's in the mute container, right? How can I get it out of it? Is it as reference? I never remember. Yeah, okay. Okay, it almost works. It's like hanging it in midair until I go away. That's interesting. I don't know why this is happening actually. It's not because of the collision, because even if I walk into it, it happens. I wonder. Let's take a look at the cube. What is happening here? What is this? Oh, there is no holdable status. Hold on. Oh no, it's not registered. Okay. But then it doesn't go away unless we like... Oh, I know what happens, I think. So here we add dropped, but then nothing is like removing it. So now that should work. We should drop the entity. Yeah. So everything works as expected. Probably also move the gizmos here, just for the debugging purposes. Okay, and now none of this is actually necessary. We don't need the physics as well. We don't need the time, we don't need the gizmos. Okay, so that's simpler now, but what if we want to get rid of commands? How doable is it? I don't think we can do that though, because we are removing the holdable status. So this component may or may not exist. I guess we can just make it always be there. Right? And instead of removing it, it could be just like none. Or maybe holdable status picked up, held, dropped. I don't know, free. And then in the cube, we would just add that next to holdable. And now that we know that it's always there, do we need transform? Yeah, because we need to check how far away it is from the player. Do we need option velocity though? That's a good question. I don't think so. This is not necessary. This is also not necessary. And the whole velocity is also not necessary. Okay, so now we can make it reference the holdable status. And instead of using commands, we can just modify the status. So we don't need the status here, but we do need it here. So I suppose we can just map it. Unless, hold on. No, but I would need to iterate this as mutable. This would be status. The question is if the borrow checker will allow me to do that. So what is the problem here? Oh yeah, you're mutable. Can I store this as such? I don't think so. I feel like this is gonna not work. Yeah, okay. That would be too beautiful. But that's okay. We can just query it again. Let's see. We can use 2 pattern matchings, I guess. It's gonna be some status as mutable. And this is gonna be closest holdable map. I guess actually at this point we can just have a nested if statement. Oh wait, no, but we have entity already. Okay, never mind. That's still doable. We can ignore the transform and we can just take the status here and then map this. So our entity will be mapped to holdable get entity. Okay. Or maybe not. No, it's not map, it's end then. Okay, we have the status here and now we can just modify it. Get mutable. Yeah, okay, that's nice. Okay. And yeah, now commands are not necessary at all. So I guess we can make sure that cubes also have gravity scale. And then also just mutate it. Okay, now that velocity is no longer optional, we can get rid of all of this mapping. Same goes for this. That's just lean velocity, and this is just angular velocity. And now that we are not actually using commands anymore, we can just do velocity dot linear velocity is equal to this. And of course we cannot really use that here, so we need a temporary variable. Maybe not called velocity, because that's kind of confusing. Okay. Gravity scale is gonna be this. And status is gonna be holdable status 3. So we do exactly the same thing. We clamp the velocity, except now we can just modify this one property instead of inserting a brand new component. Okay, is this gonna build though? That's the question. So made myself a cup of tea, and I'm afraid it's cold now. Okay, it's still working. As expected. That's awesome. I guess it can just stay this way. Now as I think of it, kind of a crazy idea, but it feels like holdable status and holdable could be the same thing. Like I don't think there's a point in having two separate components, because right now they are inseparable anyway. So let's just do this, take this, put it in here, get some default, and fix any issues that will arise from that unavoidably. Okay, that's easy to fix. Also, we don't need the group here. There's no holdable status, and we want you to be the default. We don't want you as well. Okay, update toggle, we're gonna get back to that. Holdable status no longer exists. With holdable is not necessary because we're just gonna mutate holdable. That's just holdable now. That's just holdable status. Yeah, okay, that's much nicer. If it works. which it always does. Famously. Okay, and after that, we are left with this thing, which is what actually finds the closest thing that we can interact with, provided that we're not holding anything at the moment, which is perfect because that's probably where we want to put our logic for detecting the button, terminal, and stuff like that. Here it is, being held by us. Okay. Right, I feel like that's a good point to end the stream, because I need to go to sleep. And I'm already like an hour late. Half an hour, actually. Okay, so, as always, thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in. I will see you tomorrow at the same time, most likely. And yeah, you know, hope you're having a great time. And see you soon.